Good evening, and it's time to add to my collection of Lego City vehicles. I have a very special city vehicle tonight. In addition to being regular city stuff, Lego City also has a whole bunch of sub themes, including science exploration teams. Of course, they have the police and the fire and the construction, but they have this whole animal exploration team sub series. And today we will be building one of the biggest sets in that sub series. I've always liked the Lego Cities science department, shall I call it. Actually, let me switch the camera because this one must be seen to be believed. So here, we can talk about it now. This is a big boat. By piece count, it's actually a fairly modest set. By piece count, we're probably not going to be here too long tonight. But by physical size, this is probably going to be one of the bigger sets in my collection. It might be my biggest boat. Maybe not as tall as the Black Pearl, but I don't know what to expect when I break it out of here. It's designed such that the big base of the ship can actually float in a bathtub. So, it's got a smaller piece count, even though physically it's massive. And I can't fit the whole box on camera. I actually, you can see just how big this box is. I'm going to see when it comes out with one tray. I have the second tray ready to go in case I need it. But we're going to... The box is longer than the tray, so which implies that I'll probably need to pull the second one out. But it starts... I checked the instructions and they start with the side builds, so we will be able to breeze through those on the small table. And then we'll probably have to pull out the big table when we get to the big boat. You can also see the exclusive Orca figure that this comes with. And I checked Bricklink, and there's going to be 7 crew members on this expedition. We also get a little we get a small boat, companion boat there. We get a little shipwreck there with a crab, and we also get a helicopter to go with the mission. And there's looks like a little drone submarine as well. So there's a few little side builds we gotta do before we get to the big boat. But hey, Lego City Science. Let's alright, so you've seen the front of the box, and I will attempt to show you the back of the box. You can see lots of little play features around here. You can see how parts of the... You can see how the bridge area of the ship can be lifted off to get to the play area below. The submarine has a little docking station inside the ship, and it looks like the boat has a little docking station, and of course the helicopter would too, because they're all part of this. They're all part of this research mission. I've actually done a couple sets off stream from the Lego City Animal exploration team. I did 2 smaller sets off stream, but here's the first one I'm doing on stream because this is a big one, and because it's a big boat that goes in the ocean, it's got the summer vibes. So let me go ahead and cut the tape, and I'm starting a lot later than I was planning to tonight because it's the only night I can stream this week. I had things going on every other evening this week, and I try to do at least one weekday stream in addition to the weekend stream. So, and I know that I'm going away for a week at the end of the month. I think it's in a little less than a month. And so if I'm going to be gone for a week later, I don't want to be gone for a week now. So let me go ahead and get the big box off the table, and I will go ahead and let's start to get things organized over here. Alright. Oh wow. Lots of big structural pieces for the boat that are not in bags. Like, look, we got all these big structural pieces going on here. then this one, the gray and the blue, appear to be pre-attached, a single piece. So there's the body of our ship, and actually, I'm curious about something now. And actually, no, they're not pre-attached, but it's not standard Lego connections here. I'm curious about something. I'll be right back. Okay. So I just held these two big blue pieces up against the black pearl over there. And it's longer. It's going to be longer than the black pearl. So I was right that this is going to be my longest boat in my collection. And I have a lot of Lego boats. We're actually going to be doing another one probably next week sometime. I have another Lego boat in the queue that I want to do next week. A much smaller boat. The highlight of that set is going to actually be a brick-built animal. Now that we have those big, giant boat pieces out of the way, before I do, I think we're going to want the second table when it comes to... I can probably work like this. We want the second table when it's time to build the actual boat. Alright. I know it's 9 bags. So let me go ahead and get these organized over here. And the big parts bag, you can see our Orca friend in there. I'll go ahead and pop that open as soon as the instructions say to do so. Bear with me while I get all these bags organized. Not a terribly huge number of bags. And of course we got bag 1. And in bag 1, you can see we do have a brick separator. It's the more rare turquoise version of the brick separator. I've already got a few of those. It's cool to get turquoise, and it matches the ocean, which is probably one of the reasons they included that color for this set. But man, that's a big box. It's gonna be a bugger to break that one down for recycling. We have the paper packet, which would be the instruction book and the stickers. Okay, so let's see what we got. All right, so we have the sticker sheet, 7 stickers, and it's less than 900 pieces. It's about 800 something pieces, so not a terrible parts per sticker ratio there. Stickers will be easy for us to breeze through on this set. We also have 3 little instruction books for the side builds, and then this big, thick, giant instruction book for the main boat here. So there's the boat, and then we also have these 3 other instruction books. One for the helicopter, one for the shipwreck, and then one here for bag 1. So it's going to give us one of the highlights of the set. It's already right off the bat in bag 1 here. So let's go ahead and pull up our instructions and get started with the build here. For instructions because we are, like I said, we got a late start tonight. Dinner was a lot later than they said it would be. So here we are, starting late. But better late than no stream at all this week, right? And we're back to normal availability for the big weekend stream. So I got a big one planned for the weekend. We're gonna be adding to the Lego Star Wars fleet this weekend. Oh, I opened bag 1. I didn't even get to the instructions didn't tell me to do that yet. But here we are in the first instruction book. That's the brick separator instruction page. Usually when they give you a turquoise one, they print it in turquoise, but whatever. It's exactly the same separator. They're exactly the same. They're just different colors. Now it's telling me to get 2 pieces out of the big parts bag here, which will be the Orca's body and the small boat. And this is also one of those boats that's designed to float in a bathtub. The single-piece boat bodies. When you do brick-built boats, they have a tendency not to float. They'll tip over. And even if you have the floaty bases, depending on how you build them up, they still could tip over. So here's our first 2 crewmen. I'm not even going to try to identify what their different roles are, but we will. Okay, I need to show you the torso print because he's getting a safety vest, which is going to cover that up. But that's a pretty nice torso print there. And then he'll get his safety vest. And so here's our first crew member. And the instructions show there's another crew member who also is supposed to get a safety vest. So I'll show you his torso too before I put him together. Okay, it looks like this guy is one of the ship's medics based on his torso print. But you won't even be able to see all that once I cover that up with the vest. Maybe when we do the exit scene, we'll shuffle rolls around a little bit so that the medic can be on the main boat. And there's our second crew member. And we'll put him with his colleague here. And we will move on and start building. Oh, it also gives us a little hair, hood we can use on the one guy here. So let's see, do I have a way to show the hood on camera? No, that's gonna fall. There's the hood. There's the hood piece. And we can give that to one of the guys. Later on, swap out his hair. And it looks like the first little build here is a camera. Of course, if you're going to be researching marine wildlife, you're going to want to have your cameras. That's one of the main tools of the job. Let's see, it's not clear from the picture here. Okay, yeah. I almost put the pieces on out of order here. So this one goes on, and then this one. Okay, so the first guy gets this first guy gets this little camera, or I should say this big camera. But yeah, there's our first little build. And since it's an accessory piece, You know what? We'll get him ready for the expedition. We'll put his hood on. We'll give him the camera. Oh! And we've already got our spammer of the night. One moment here. The spammer has been banned. Let us give the guy his camera now. And let's get to some Lego science here. So the Orca is exclusive to this set. It's one of the biggest animals. It's one of the biggest molded animals they've done. And here we are. So here's what the guy looks like holding his camera and in his winter hood, because we are going to the cold Arctic for this expedition. And actually, let's do that. So the guy's holding his camera, and his friend is waiting with him. And let's proceed with... For the Orca build, all you have to do is attach the jaw. And the only reason it's a separate piece is so that you can open the mouth. And then he can eat. You can pretend that he's eating a guy like that. But his mouth doesn't open as wide as the Jurassic dinosaurs. So... Well, I almost kind of got him in there. Since the Orca counts as a character, it can stay on the table with the rest of the characters. Also, that's... Alright. Let's do a close-up of the Orca here. That's a pretty impressive molded piece there. It'll join my other big fig animals. I got a few dinosaurs. Of course, I got a few creatures over at the Hogwarts Castle. I got a Star Wars Rancor. Now we bring in the small boat, and we will be prepping the small boat. The small boat is a 2-seater. Alright, so this shows the two guys in the small boat there. And the one guy is taking photos, and there's the big Orca. And this shows that this goes on the mission alongside the big ship there. And we are ready to move on to the next side build here, which is this shipwreck. And actually, it's a dragon head ship. This is going to be a Viking shipwreck. I didn't even realize that looking at the box, but we're going to get a little Viking action. The boat is a side build, so even though it's not as big as the Orca is a character. the boat is a side build, so I will set that aside so that the build area can be focused on what we're doing here. So bag 2 looks like we're going to get 1 crew member. And he's going to be a diver. And he does come with an alternate hairpiece, but we're going to put him in his full diving getup. That way we know exactly who he is. Well, we'll know who he is by the air tank and the flippers, but we'll go ahead and alright, let's get him put together here. And the air tank actually doesn't cover him up, so we'll proceed with putting him all the way together. So he has his air tank. And now we gotta find his head in this parts pile. Alright, where is he? It's too early in the evening for a lost piece. But I'm not seeing any minifigure heads in this parts pile. And I looked under and behind things. So, it rolled off the table as I was dumping parts. I didn't even see it go off. Oh well, we found him. So now let's put his head on. And let me show you with his hair real quick. And then I'll swap him into his diving helmet. And we can complete the look with his flippers and his compass there. So here's our diver. The third member of our crew here. And now I will take his hair off. And we will put his mask on, his helmet. And we will give him his compass and some flippers. Well, it's not a compass. It's a gauge of some kind, a meter. Or we can give him the Viking helmet from the shipwreck. But that would just be silly. And it doesn't go on anyway because of his air tanks. So let's get his flippers on, and then he can go for a dive. So here's the diver suited up and ready for action. He can go sit with the rest of his friends there. And we can start building the shipwreck. It's been a little while since I've done an underwater scene. Avatar may have been the last time. Maybe I've done a small one since then, I'm not sure. I didn't see the piece because I was looking for the wrong color. I do see one more little animal piece in the parts pile. As soon as the instructions get to it, we will reveal it. Alright. It's kind of funny that the shipwreck is a Viking boat because I actually have a Viking boat in my collection. You can see the build for that set on my. If you go to my YouTube, same name, Uncle Levy, there is a. It has the recordings of every stream episode I've ever done since starting the stream. And if you go into the main Lego playlist, you can find the Viking ship that I built last year, I think it was. Alright, next page here is this thing. Okay, so there's a dragon head shape, or the approximation of a dragon head shape for the front of our shipwreck section here. Ah, the classic seaweed piece. There's not a lot of these in my collection. This piece has been around for decades. And of course, there's a Viking storage chest. This may be at its surface a wildlife research team, but they also have they're also treasure hunters. We have an axe and a shield to go into the Viking chest here. So here's the little Viking shield. And here's the axe. And that will also go into the treasure here. Oh, and this shows the crab crawling away with a helmet. Looks like the crab's a treasure hunter himself. Okay, so here is our treasure thief crab making away with the Viking helmet there. But you can see that's the crab piece there. I'll take the helmet off so you can see the shape a little better. Ignore the brick on him. The crabs don't usually have that. That's for putting the helmet on him. He technically counts as a character, but since we're studying him into the build, we probably won't see him again till later when we're recapping. Okay, so here is our Viking shipwreck with some treasures. I will set that aside. And we have another small build in this parts pile. This is going to be the drone submarine. I'll fix that in a moment. Let me get these little trans yellow tiles on. They represent the lights for spinning propeller. It spins, if I can get my finger back there. But yeah, perfectly functional spinning propeller on here. But yeah, over the weekend, probably Saturday, we're doing something big for Lego Star Wars. Alright. And there's the Animal Exploration Team's logo. I have one of their jungle sets, and I have one of their small Arctic sets. And of course, being a drone, it has robotic work arms. So here's our little drone submarine. There's the front there with the work arms. You can see the back there with the propeller. There's that logo one more time. And we will set that aside. Because it's a side build, and we will. So this shows that the submarine can be the boat's going to have a crane that can lower the submarine into the water. Moving on. It's time for our helicopter. Looks like we're going to get 2 more crew members in this bag. Okay, it looks like we're going to get our first 2 female crew members here. This one right off the bat gets a helmet and a wrench. So this must be our crew's maintenance worker. First with the hair. So here's the crew's maintenance person. I know it's the maintenance person because there's a helmet and a wrench in the hand. So let me go ahead and get that all set up here. So here's our maintenance girl, ready for work. And we get one more crew person. Okay, this one has a printed USB drive on the torso print here. So this lady is probably a researcher, maybe the computer scientist for the mission. And she's got big hair. Now let's find this laptop. And she has a handheld laptop. That's what this looks. That's what it looks like. And it can be snap closed and placed in her hand. So here's so far we have our photographer, our medic, who I guess doubles as a pilot for the small boat. We have our diver, we have our maintenance worker, and this is our computer scientist. So we have 5 of the 7 crew ready for the mission now. And now we will begin building our helicopter. This is definitely the largest vehicle in my city collection. The helicopter has a printed console there. We're about half done with the helicopter already. Let me go ahead and do the assembly. That way it's ready to go. Okay, so this will be the tail section of the helicopter. Another spinning propeller here. This piece is flexing a little more than I'm comfortable with. And one more big spinny propeller there. This is shaping up to be a nice, cute little helicopter here. We do have a 2X build here. Let's make sure I'm doing parts in order here. Ooh, I forgot to do the second part before I turned the page, but it's an easy enough assembly. I can recreate it from memory. I can recreate it just looking at this one here, so. Oh, I'm missing one of my orange pieces here, it looks like. Let me check the floor. Yep, there it is. We're good. It's an easy enough sub-assembly. I was able to do it without thinking about it, so just copying this one. Okay, so this helicopter has these aren't normal helicopter landing gear. These are flotation landers so the helicopter can land on the water. I have a few helicopters, but I think this might be my first marine helicopter. There it is. Cute little helicopter for our researchers there. And that just docks on the front of the ship there. And I think it's time for the main event itself. We're about an hour into stream, and it's time to start the big boat. So it looks like bag 4, we're just going to be working with the front section of the boat here. So I don't think I have to get this second table quite yet. Let's make sure the gray piece is secured. But yeah. You know what? We are getting the other little table here. Give me a moment to reconfigure, and then we will proceed in a moment here. After the big build we're doing over the weekend, I will have some streams next week, most likely. However, It's going to be games or karaoke. I won't be able to stream after the big build we do over the weekend. My Lego build tables are going to be occupied with an off-stream build for a few days. There's one big build I don't want to stream. It's just too much to stream, so I'll be doing that one offline, but it's a multi-day build, so. Alright, now we have space. Let's do a quick adjustment here. We'll put the guys over here. I had said this character was a maintenance worker, but actually with the helmet, they're the pilot. They can also use the helmet for maintenance, and I got a little confused there because I'd forgotten that in Lego City, having a wrench is shorthand for being a specialty driver. One more look at the Orca before we dive into the big boat here. No pun intended. And we are ready to proceed. We're going to get our last two crew members. So from this point forward, it's going to be all build. Let's just make sure. Alright, let's start with our two crew members. We're actually going to do the girl first. Just flipped out of my fingers, like Lego pieces have a tendency to do here. And she gets a radio. And she has a hat hair combo. So here's our radio operator girl. But given her presence in this bag, we got one very special guy coming here. There's the, he gets the fur collar around his coat because he's special. We have one older crew member here with his big white fur coat, or fur collar, I should say. He's been out here among the he's been out here among the Arctic wilderness. He's for many years. He's a veteran, and through his many years of research, he's earned the right to call himself captain of this exhibition. He, of course, gets the binocs. So there's our captain. And with that, we have all 7 crew members lined up, and it's time to start putting together the actual boat here. And it starts with a sticker. Let's make sure this inner section is pressed all the way into the blue base there. Matching sticker for the other side here. So the stickers are just the ship's ID number, which follows a very old classic Lego City tradition here. You can see on the side of the ship there, the ship's ID number. That's actually the set ID number. Lego always does this in Lego City. In Lego City, whenever a vehicle does a license plate or an identification number, it's the set ID number. In other themes, that's not always the case. Like in licensed themes, they have to give it whatever the license plate number is in the source material. But in Lego City, whenever they do license numbers or ID numbers, it's always the set's ID number. That's a pretty cool tradition they've had for many years. Okay, so it looks like we're constructing some little beds here in the front of the ship. So this must be the resting area for the ship here. Oh, we get another crab. There's another crab in the parts pile here. There's only 2 beds, so it looks like the crew takes turns. Well, that actually makes sense. The crew takes turns sleeping. And then, of course, a mug. So that the crew on break has something to drink. I was completely off camera there. But here, you can see the bed area in there with the mug and the 2 lamps there. Now we're now we're working on our first bits of the superstructure here. These two window sections are going to be our first bits of wall here. Alright, I need to do one more of those sections. Alright. Those first couple windows are up. I have a feeling it's going to be smooth sailing for this boat. Now that all the people are done, the side builds are done, we can just keep going on the boat itself. The only interruption being whenever I decide it's time to take the break. So I think that's going to be the bridge area, and the beds are in the lower deck area of the bridge area. And now it looks like it's time to start filling in the work areas that are inside the boat, the main body of the boat here. So you can't see from that angle, so I'll have to turn this around when I finish this little section here. But we're building a work area of some kind. I can't quite make out what it is just yet. You know what that is? I think that's actually the ship's toilet. Let me build it up the area a little more. Yeah, it's getting closed in. So that right there is going to be the ship's toilet. It's porta potty style, and you can see the little roll of toilet paper next to it. And now I have this big door frame to close that off. Alright, why? I'm having trouble with the door, getting the door piece to line up. There it goes. So, the toilet is now sealed away inside the stall. Right by the sleeping area there. And that wasn't locked down yet. That's why that slipped out like that. We have this little ladder piece which is going to go here on the outside, so that people on the front deck can climb up to the next layer, I guess, of the superstructure. The part we haven't built up yet. Right now it's the ladder to nowhere. So now I have to turn this around to start building up the other side here. Okay, so this is where the crab piece goes. Okay, so this is a specimen tank here. Because the crab goes into here. And then we have, it has a seal in the back with a little bit of scenery that the crab would be used to there. So here's the crab. Here's the holding tank for the crab they are studying. You can see the crab in there. And here's another ladder for the other side of the deck here. Well, the ladder's going on in this step. That wasn't the ladder that I was holding just now. Here's the ladder. And there's what it looks like from the front so far. And going down inside, you can see the toilet area and the holding tank for the crab. So it says we're supposed to open 5 and 6 together. And we need some more of these big sections. Actually, we need all the remaining sections from the big parts bag here. Well, I recognize those base plate types from Animal Crossing. Well, I don't know why it's having us do 2 bags at once, but we'll do what the instructions say if we want to get this boat done. So I'm guessing this section is going to be the rest of the front half of the boat here, where we're going to fill in this work area back here and the superstructure. Looking for parts in the parts pile. There's a lot down here now. So I'm supposed to have a little tiny... Yeah, there it is. We have this clear tile. Okay, so, So that tile is... Let me finish doing up this little section first. Okay. Alright, so let me go ahead and actually put that on before I put this in so that I can actually show you what this little section is. Let me build this up real quick. You know what? Let's carefully spread out the parts pile into the other table so I can get around a little bit easier. Do not go in the gap. Do not go in the gap. I think I caught all the pieces that were wanting to go through the gap there. Let's move a few more over to the side as well. One stream, I'm probably going to do, I might do 2 streams over the weekend, because there's a music stream, there's a couple music streams I want to do, and I've been talking about gaming for months and I haven't really gotten back up yet. So, but the big screen is definitely going to be the biggest of the Lego Star Wars sets I have in the queue. Here we have a microscope workstation, and the camera probably won't focus on that because it's in shadow. But there's a dish showing microscopic life. Oh, it focused a little bit. And then you can see the microscope itself sitting over it, and what looks like two sample jars there. So that goes into the bank, and that goes into the bottom of the boat next to the crabs tank there. And then there's a workstation chair in front of in front of the microscope. And now I have to do some more of these window sections. And there's 4 of them, so this will take me a moment here. Okay, I need to set up 2 more window sections. That buzzer is just the laundry. Remember, 4 people live here, including myself. I need to find 1 more of the window glass. There it is. We got it. Look at the whole workstation. So basically I'm just creating a computer console right now. It's going to get a view screen that sits over it, so it's not going to be practical, I think, to show every little section as I do it. We'll do the best I can. There should be a printed tile. At least that's what it looks like in the pictures. There it is. So here's a little computer keyboard section. And this is going to go right under what looks like it's going to be a view screen. We need that piece. We need this piece. I need to put a sticker on this piece. Okay, so you know what we're building? We're building the workstation where the drone submarine is piloted from. I'll show you what I mean in a moment. I'm getting the view screen sticker placed onto the tile now. So the computer keyboard we just put in, that's the operation controls for piloting the drone submarine. I still can't get the sticker right. Hold on. There, at least it's straight now. I don't think it's perfectly centered, but we can't spend so much time on a single sticker there. Okay, so here's the view screen that's going to go above that keyboard. You can see the robot drone's claws, and you can see the treasure chest that's at the shipwreck. There it goes. So that's what the drone sees. And I'll stick that at the workstation here, and we will keep going. Oh, we're putting a little divider in. So there's going to be another whole section over here. We get another coffee mug. Oh, and I was supposed to put a chair in there for the pilot, for the drone pilot as well. Did I, well, I guess with drones, I guess I should call it an operator. So let's get a chair. And, oh, that chair was meant to go there on that step. Okay. So I didn't miss anything prematurely. Okay, so it looks like we're making a coffee machine now. Well, I guess when you're spending long weeks stuck at the cold Arctic, you're going to want your hot coffee. And that will go right above the coffee mug. And now there's two more chairs. And it looks like what's going to be a little table area here. Okay, it says that's supposed to go right here. Yeah, got it in. Okay. If I had known that it was going to have us dump two bags at the same time, I would have taken the break before. So, we will be doing the break when we finish the parts pile. We're getting a show tomorrow, which is why I had to stream today, even with the late start. Well, I didn't have to stream, I wanted to stream. But I like to do at least one weekday stream, and I had there's no way I would have been able to do it other than today, so. Okay, so there's going to be some big doors to divide the sections. They will be openable once we secure them, but I'm not going to attempt that yet because they're not secured yet. Here we're going to have another sticker. This looks like it's going to be another view screen area. There's this other view screen. I'm not sure exactly what it's trying to show, but it looks like maps of some kind. This secures that whole section. So now we have these doors down here that open into this other room down here. So we have those big doors to open into this room that we haven't started building up yet. Meanwhile, that's what this main lab area looks like. You can see the map screen over that little table in the back there. And the position of the chairs actually completely blocks off these doors. So I guess the crew will have to be careful as they navigate around the ship. It's okay for the front end of the ship to be off camera right now, just as long as the camera can see the sections I'm actively working on. Yeah. This is definitely going to be my longest Lego set. Not counting Hogwarts, of course, but that's made up of multiple sets. But for single sets, this is probably going to be my longest set. Even though it's not anywhere close in terms of piece count. In fact, like half my collection is higher piece counts than this one, technically speaking. But it's the size of those pieces that makes the size of the set. So here's a ladder going into this room. And now we make, now it looks like we're going to make a separate room area. So let me, yeah, it's going to have to go behind the instructions for a minute so we can focus on the section that's being built here. We've seen this kind of base plate in Animal Crossing. It's cool to see that it's not theme locked. It's a pretty useful kind of base plate because of the different layers, so you can combine it in different ways by using the slots for plates there. And yeah. Oh, cool. We're going to get two different printed slopes here. But first, let me find that one regular brick. And then we'll look at the two printed slopes. So this is going to be the piloting area for the ship that we're building. This looks like a nautical console. There's a little radar screen on there also, it looks like. And then there's a we have here this other console section with more displays. Actually, I think this one is the radar. It doesn't want to focus. But yeah, this one's the radar. There's a little compass there, but I'll try to show it when I actually get to a good transition point in the instructions here. Yeah, I have to do one more sticker. And this is the wildlife research logo again on the sticker. And so this is the ship's pilot's area. You can see the compass up there and the gauges and the wheel there. So this is the captain's chair. And here's the logo again. Just 2 stickers left. And now we're going to do an assembly on the assembly here. Okay, I see what it's doing. Let's get these on. So we're building the ship's control deck right now. Looks like we get a little turntable base here as well. Oh. A rescue ring. Not a turntable base, that's just a standard square jumper. But yeah, it's getting a rescue ring, and then we're going to keep building up the area here. So yeah, this is the ship's control deck that we're building. It's got the captain's chair and all the ship controls in here. We get another printed slope workstation, but you've seen that one before. right. Alright, and then this section goes in like this on the clips. Big window there. We're going to keep filling in details now. Yeah, once we get through this section, we are going to take our break. Soon as we get to the page where it says open bag 7. And we have a second. We have a second rescue ring. This is a pretty cool build so far. So now we're just building up the other side wall of the section here. Some more workstation areas. There's the chair. Oh, a megaphone. This must be for when they, the captain needs to make announcements to the whole ship. And the last of our printed slopes, again, this one's a repeat. Um, we're at about the 2 hour mark of stream. So we're actually making very, very good time. For right now, at least. So now we have another set of big doors to go into the control center here. The ship's bridge, as it were. And now this will go back onto the big section of the boat here. So there's the lower decks work area and rest area. And now the control center will go up here on top of that section like this. And it uses the loose connection so it can be pulled off for to get to the decks below. And I just popped off one of the rescue rings. Give me a moment to recover it. So I have a ladder going up. We have this ladder in the back that goes up into the bridge there. And we also have this big open area that I'm not sure what it is yet. But it looks like we're building another little assembly here. And I'll just leave the boat on at this point. And here's a little roof section. Here's a roof section for our control area. If I can get it to line up, we can. This is another one that only studs in loosely, so you can play in the control center. And then this whole section can come off so you can get to the lower decks. And then this section can come off so you can play in the control center. So that's how all that works. So we got the whole front section of the ship done pretty much. Oh, forgot about this piece here. Still got a bit more to go, it looks like. Let's pull these hair pieces aside so that they don't look like they're mutants with two heads. And then I have all these little trans-orange round tiles that I guess are supposed to represent lights. We never used this doctor's piece here, or it looks like it could be a drill or an injection shot. So this little section here covers over the rest area up front, so we kind of have an extended forward deck here. And that's what these forward ladders are for, is to get up to this deck level here. So bag 7 is actually going to start the back half of the ship, and I'm trying to see where these doctor pieces came in, so I'm trying to step back through the instructions and see if I missed something somewhere. This is going way back now. Oh yeah, I did. Okay. So that was supposed to be in the microscope area. Okay. I'll fix that real quick now. Let's pull. I need to get back into the work area in order to fix that. So this is where the clip is. And then this piece goes on to here like that. All right. Now that I resolve that, let's put the deck back into place here, and I can clear the spare bits, and we've got the front half of the ship done here. And we're going to take a very quick break at this point. make sure that this section is that the two bits are snapped together and ready to be assembled. And the back half of the ship is on the table now, though it's behind the instructions for right now. Let me go take a quick break, and then we will come back and finish this thing. Never underestimate the importance of good breaks during a long stream. Quick audio check and we'll be on our way. The importance of good breaks. We are good to go. Let's get back 7. Oh, I underestimated how long the ship would be. Okay, let's get right into this. Okay, so looks like we're starting to fill in this back room here. Oh, I see what's going on here. This room is starting off with a turntable. So this is where that big crane is going to be. Okay, so that's how the two sections are going to connect. And these doors can still open, but of course with no light in there you can't really see into the work area inside, but at least the doors are functional still. Now it's time to start working on the back half. So we've just added some structural bits to the back of the front section here that will allow us to connect it to the back half later on. We'll just set that here while I start building up this section here. There's this big open area in the middle too. So there's going to be ocean view within the borders of the ship itself. Okay, see what's going on here. So now we have some tanks. I forget what these tanks are for, but they're common on big ships like this. I need to be able to see the other side for accurate placement. Alright, these go here. All right. Okay. Yeah, sorry, when I stop talking like this, it just means I'm focused on the build. more tiles going on here. Okay. Okay, some safety markers. Actually, I think these are meant to be buoys. This is a pretty cool involved build. And feels like a lot more than the printed piece count. Size probably has everything to do with that. And now we're connecting the two halves. Which means we got to do this. And the front half of the ship is pretty much, the front portion of the ship is done. So we're going to have it like this, a little off camera, so that the camera can remain focused on the back half of the ship for now. So we have this open area in the middle that exposes to the sea below. We have this room here, and then we have this other little room back here. It'll be interesting to see how those three areas develop. Well, the two areas. Obviously, the ocean deck is open and probably isn't going to develop too much. But bag 7 is almost done here. And we're patching up the joint a little bit here. Let me just... So the middle section where the two halves combine, that's pretty much secure now. I'm trying to I've lined up everything, and it's not going to break at this point. The ship's structure is solid. That tiling is in place. Let's keep going. These look like they're going to be gates of some kind, but it looks like they just hang over the sides of the ship. I need to do one more of those for the other side here. And then that will be bag 7. Alright. So now it's time for bag 8. In which we start by continuing to build up the sides of the ship here. Though I had 2 pieces that I saw go off the table with that part stone. Let's get right into this. One there. I'm curious about these doors. Yeah, it's pretty dark in there still. But at least this room has the big windows and lets a little light in. Up top in the control center there. I'm not even going to try to show you what I saw on camera. This ship is too bulky now to move around too much. Okay. We're adding some more big frame pieces here. We'll see what these are for shortly. Well, okay, that's in. Let's keep going with the structural stuff here. Did I miss something somewhere? Oh, I put those orange bricks in the wrong place. Easy fix. Now I can keep going. Actually, it doesn't look like there was much to part bag 8 because there's not much going on in my parts pile right now. Okay, sticker time. And this is the sticker I have to do 2 copies of. And it's just the animal research logo again. And I need to do 1 more of those stickers here. And guess what? The sticker sheet is empty. We no longer have stickers tonight. that's cool. So we're getting some shaping for this middle section here. And now we have an assembly to do. So this is the signal antenna for the ship. The communications tower. And then of course the green and red lights. This is the thing you see in city. Green on one side, red on the other. The helicopter and the small boat from the set also have these green and red signal pieces on them. But yeah, bag 8 is almost done here. So yeah, this is the communications tower. The antenna array up here. Can we still get to popping out the bridge area? Or have I pretty much made this area too tight? Yeah, we can still get the bridge area out, so yeah. So yeah, the little play feature is still working there. But obviously I've got, well no, because that's in line with this piece here. Let's get everything realigned here. I was just checking to make sure I could still open that up with this other section, with this other big frame in place here, but we can. Oh, we're doing stuff on the sides here. Oh, using tiles to color block these bits on the side here. That's what's going on. turn the whole thing around so I can get to the studs on this side here. So yeah, I know you can't really see what I'm doing right now, and the ship's become hard to maneuver. But we've only got one more bag after this. We're almost done here. And we just passed midnight. And with that, it's time for bag 9. The final bag of the ship. And this one has one of those cardboard packets they usually put cloth bits in. It's got one of these little cardboard packets in here. I wonder what that could be. But the final parts are on the table now, and we can finish up this boat here. Orca's getting hungry now. It's been sitting here for a while just watching. Let's put these out of the way. Camera angles are going to be hard at this point. Between the big boat, the instructions, the parts pile not being in its normal spot relative to me. I'll do my best with the camera, but when we reach a point like this, there's no guarantees. So this bit that we're building now is going to go on that turntable base we set up in this middle section here. This will go onto here. Okay. So we're setting something up here. I think this is where that crane is going to go. We're just under the 3 hour mark of stream, which I estimated this would be about a 3 hour build, but we still got a lot to go in this parts pile, but it is the last parts pile. Alright, what am I looking at right here? Okay, I'm looking at this middle section here. Okay, I see what we're doing next. We're just filling in a few more structural gaps here. Okay. And now I have to do a quick 2x here. Okay, do another one of those. Because that's how we do 2X's on the channel. We do the whole page, and then we do the whole page again. If we just did one section at a time and then went back and did it again, that would be a little less efficient. So when there's 2X, we do it one page at a time, not one section at a time. Let's keep it going. Okay, so these are some big doors to cover the open ocean section. But whenever they want to go fishing or drop their drone submarine, they can open these doors to expose the ocean below. But that's what this middle section now does. It's the open ocean section, but they can close it up if they need more deck space. And I put these bits the wrong way. This one needs to be over here on this end of the piece, like this. Now it's time to build the big crane. Oh, it's a retractable crane. I don't think I've ever seen this Technic retraction piece before. one. Okay, this is one of those big Technic joint pieces that I've only seen this in one set so far, and it's a set that I did off stream. Ah, the R series astromech body piece is being used as part of the crane joint here. Well, not the joint, because that piece doesn't flex, but it's being used as part of the crane head. Let's close up the joint here. And let's keep going. So that goes into here like this. And we have the big crane. And there's a nice tight ratchet joint there. And then it can retract into this section here or fold around, and then you can open the doors and you can position the crane however you will. And it also pulls out, but don't pull it out too far or you're going to take it out entirely. But yeah, nice little, there's the beginnings of our crane there. Ah, so that's what the paper packet is for. Looks like we'll be working with string. Yeah, it's a big long piece of string wrapped around this piece of cardboard here. Let's release it and figure out what we're supposed to do with this thing. This is for making the crane operate. I read somewhere that Lego doesn't require you to tie string anymore, but I'm not seeing. Oh, it's showing going through the hole there. So I guess I gotta take the end of the string and carefully push it into that hole. And if I do it correctly, it should come out the other side of that hole. There it goes. And then we put this axle through there. And with the axle in, I should be able to turn it. And turning it will wind up the string across the central gray piece. Oh, I was supposed to put these gears on before turning it. In order to ensure I don't have anything caught up, let's pull the string back out and release it. And do that again with the gears actually attached. Alright, looks like I got something stuck. I got a little section of the string stuck here, so can I... Let me start the string over. Okay, so we have our little base here. We pull through a little bit at the end of the string, and then we put the axle in and the gears on, and then we turn it. Okay, so I see what's happening here. Part of the string is getting stuck around the axle because the axle is actually pushing through where the string goes in. So the axle is actually holding the string in place. That's why we don't need to tie it. So with the gears in place, we should be able to wind up the string onto the spooler like this. And now I have the string wound in a relatively clean manner. And now I get the claw piece. And it looks like this one is meant to be tied. But I left plenty of slack on the string to be able to loop it around and maybe get a decent knot going. I'm not good at tying things. The string is so thin I can't really get my fingers in there. There. Perhaps I should add one more loop just to secure the knot. That way, see, I already separated with clay. I'm gonna have to double tie it. So let's expose some more string. So I actually have plenty of slack space to work with. Then we'll pull the claw in. Like I said, I'm pretty poor at tying things, and the string is not only very thin, but also not cooperating with what I wanted to do. Let's try that again. Okay, there's the first loop, and let's pull in another loop. You'd expect to see string like this on older type boats with the masts and sails, but this is a modern type boat. I was not expecting string here. Alright. Let's pull the... And I've got too much excess string here. Can I... I'll probably cut some of the string off the end here. But if I can get one more loop, will that help? No, that doesn't shorten the string any, so let's pull in the claw here. Alright, there we go. This is the way we want to be turning it. Alright, let's cut off some of the excess string here. Gotta keep a little bit of the extra string though, because I don't want to mess up the knots. This is not the best scissor. There we go. And we have a cleanly cut off knot now, and we can continue. So we want to unravel some of the string so that the claw can be extended all through the clip over to that end there. I'm trying to see which way. So going this way. Looks like it can't decide whether it wants to go in or go out regardless of which way I turn it. Okay, that way definitely brings it all the way up. I'm trying to loosen some of the string here so that we can do the thing it says where we're supposed to string it along the clip there. Alright, so we've got it all the way out now. So what we're going to do is we're going to attach this down here where it says to attach it, and we're going to run the string up into the clip here and down into there. And now we will turn the gear and pull the string up. Okay, I think we got it. We figured out the crane string. It took like, that little string was a bugger. It took us like 20 minutes to get through. But we got there in the end. We figured out the string and we got there. Okay, so it looks like these other sections here are for the side builds to dock. A place for everything and everything in its place. But we're almost out of pieces here, and we'll be ready in a moment to bring the side builds up and get a little sequence together here. And then this tile should do it for the actual boat construction. And we'll see what goes on here. Okay, let me take the spare bits out. And I'm going to turn off the instructions for these last few pages while I review what actually is going on these last few pages and see if it's relevant for what we're doing here. But there's the boat. And we'll do some close-up. I'll try to hold it up to the camera and do some close-ups in a bit here. But with the instructions off, I can come here and see how we're supposed to operate everything. So the pit over here with the tanks. Okay, so it shows the helicopter docking on the front. So the helicopter docks over here. Like that. Okay. And the shipwreck is next to it, of course. I'm looking at an ad page. There's some more. Okay, I see a small dive boat. And a bigger submarine going on here with a bigger shipwreck. This is the retired wave of ocean exploration here. I see a truck with a mobile base and polar bears on this ad page, and a bigger submarine that has a shipwreck with sharks. But yeah, this is the biggest of them all from this series. Alright, we're at about the 3.5 hour mark of stream. So here's the boat. And alright. I probably shouldn't hold the boat up to the camera with the helicopter docked, because the helicopter doesn't actually have a secure attachment point. So let's see what else. We have the shipwreck, of course. Our little Viking shipwreck there. The crab trying to steal the helmet. The drone is supposed to go on the crane. That's what this hook is for. So if we hang the drone like that, and then we open the ocean gate here, we can then turn the crane and lower the drone submarine into the water. Like that. And now it's in the water. And when its mission is done, it can hook on the claw and come back up. I wonder something. Can you actually hang and store it down there? Or it'll pinch the string a little, but you can actually store the submarine under the gate. But if you try to pull it up, it will automatically open the doors as it pushes its way out. I don't think it's meant to be done that way, but it's a thing. Now again, that hook is not a solid attachment, so I'm not going to hold the boat up to the camera with the sub on it. And then we have the little small boat here. And this. This, I guess, docks over here. It can sit over this section here with the tanks like this. Interesting. So there is technically a docking place for each of the three small vehicles there. Let's see if we can get a few close-ups. At this point, I'm not going to take the deck out to show the work area underneath again. We did that earlier on stream. You can go back in the video. There's the middle section with the crane. And then, of course, the open ocean section in the middle there where my hand is. And then the back section there where you can put the little boat. I wonder, though. Yeah, it doesn't actually... Actually, I think this boat might be able to... No, it doesn't. But yeah, at least there's docking for each of the three sub-vehicles here. But you know what? The night's still young. And I kind of want to do a little more Lego before I call it quits with y'all tonight, so I'm just going to put the vehicles back up. It's very top heavy. I can't get it to stay on the... Yeah, it can't go that way. The helicopter doesn't seem to like the landing pad too much. But I'm gonna take this and put it aside, and we're actually gonna do a bonus build. I have one small... We're going to continue the theme of Lego City science. And I'll leave the shipwreck because we didn't take a lot of time on the shipwreck before. So I'll leave the shipwreck behind the Orca here, out of the way. Let me go prepare my instruction book for this other set. Alright, we are. I have the instructions preloaded in my browser, and I'm ready to begin. And I'm just going to leave the two tables set up because when we raid out, we do the exit. We do have the exit set up. I have here. We're going to continue the theme of city science sub themes. I have a small spaceship from Lego City's space program. Of the many sub themes of Lego, of the many sub themes of Lego City, they have off and on run a space program. So we're going to take a look at this Interstellar Spaceship, which comes with one astronaut. This was part of the space line they did last year. Lego City's done space a few times over the years. So front of the box. And here's the back of the box showing the astronaut. And this astronaut looks like has a flight pack. And that looks like a battery in the ship as well. So let me go ahead. We're already 3.5 hours into stream, so let me get right into this one. It's actually 1 o'clock in the morning here, but night's still young. So there's a of course, here's the paper instructions, and there are no stickers in this set. I looked it up before. I actually don't put I actually don't put city space. This is my first city space set, but not my first Lego space set. And I actually don't put this in my storage system. I don't put the city space with the city boxes. I put them with my Lego space boxes. We have our instructions and we are ready to go. It says to open bag 1. And we have these two big structural pieces as well. Excuse me a moment. Now, unlike the Arctic Explorers, there is no alternate hairpiece for the astronaut, it doesn't look like. Is that a constellation tattoo on her face? It'll be obscured once I put the helmet on, but if you look at the side of her face there, if I can get it to focus, it looks like she has a constellation tattoo on her face. Interesting. Now there's a space helmet that I gotta put on. And it looks like we also have to build up the backpack here, so she's not done yet. There's the visor. And now we're going to build her flight pack. And then I will show you the figure again. And then she's from a totally different science department than the guys we worked with just a few minutes ago. We were looking at the Marine Research Department, Marine Research and Wildlife Department. Now we are looking at the Space Department. This will be my first real Lego City spaceship. Actually, my first Lego branded non-licensed spaceship. Obviously, we've done a bunch from Star Wars. We've done 2 from Marvel, but this will be the first Lego non-licensed spaceship on the channel. That's alright. She's back heavy right now. Okay, so, okay. Oh, wow, that's a cool color right there. I'll show you in a moment, because I also have to put the, I have to put the, there we go. So, the backpack assembly has this battery unit here, and that's the that's a trans purple there for the battery unit itself, and it's that opalescent sparkly stuff in that battery. I really like when they do the sparkly stuff. It's rare. Okay, let's build. We need to build the other wing, and then we can put the flight pack onto the astronaut. And then we can start building the spaceship itself. So here's the astronaut with the flight pack attached. And we'll set her right here. She doesn't have to sit with the Marine people because, again, different departments going on here. And this will be the end of stream after this. We will be well past the 4-hour mark by the time we finish the spaceship. And it's 1 o'clock in the morning here. But I just thought it was appropriate to do my other city science set. Because otherwise this would have been stranded as an off-stream build, because it doesn't go with any of my other stream plans. So the chassis piece has been attached, and we can keep going with building up the basic structure and shape. I'm overdue for my medicine as well, but I'll take it after stream. I'll be fine. Sorry, I was starting to drift a little bit off camera there. Now, given that it is so late at night, not sure what our choices will be in terms of a raid. We're at an awkward hour where the evening streamers are pretty much done, but the late night streamers in other time zones haven't started yet. So we're gonna be at that awkward hour. So I just hope there's some musician to raid. There it is. So yeah, my work area is going to be tied up for a few days next week with a really big multi-day off-stream build. So after we do the big set on Saturday, the streams next week won't be Lego for a few days. But then I have something special planned for the for the actual weekend. Okay, so it looks like the engine is going to have some kind of action feature going on here, because this bit slides. Or it could just be that it's set up to slide so that it can have a precise angle later and it actually gets locked in. We'll see which way the spaceship decides to go. Whether it's a fixed form or whether it has an action. Either way, it's cool. Oh no, that's not the trans orange. That's meant to be a gold one. They look so similar in the instructions there. Hi, I see we have a new chatter. Apex Predator 83, did I say that correctly? Alright, this is actually the bonus build for today. I finished the main build for today. I did the Arctic Explorer ship, and this is the Interstellar Spaceship, both from Lego City. I did a theme of Lego City Science today. If you want to see the big ship, I'll bring it back into camera after I finish the spaceship here. But the Orca and the shipwreck here, and these guys, those are all from the ship. And this astronaut is from the set I'm doing now. It's actually a lot later than I usually stream. I got a later than planned start tonight because I got delayed by dinner being delayed an hour way back before stream. I do a lot of Lego on this channel. I'm supposed to be a variety channel, and I've had intentions of getting gaming back on and some music, but I haven't. Mostly I've been like 90% Lego. So yeah, based on how things are going together, it looks like this ship is going to have an action feature with the engine and wings. Kind of like a lot of Star Wars ships have. But this isn't Star Wars, this is Lego City. Now, if you go to my YouTube of the same name, also called Uncle Evie, you will find the entire history of my stream channel on there, every stream I've ever done. And you'll notice that this year, it's mostly pretty much been all Lego, but I have done other stuff in past years. What's going on here? Oh, we're still looking at this end of the ship. Okay, I see what's going on. We gotta put these rounded plates in here on the hinges. Some studs. Alright. Sometimes when I'm focused on the build, sometimes I'll slow down on the talking, and that just allows me to focus a little more. When I stop talking, I actually find I build a little bit faster. So yeah, I did the hinges the correct way. Alright. So I have over 300 sets in the build collection, most of which I did on stream, about a quarter of which I did off stream, and then I have about 30-ish sets right now in the build queue, including some August 1st pre-orders. Um, my biggest project, I actually just got done with my biggest ever Lego project. I did the modular Hogwarts castle. Um, if you want to see that project, it's on my YouTube, but I haven't uploaded the final episode yet. I couldn't show the full castle on that, of course, because it's 18 sets and it's all set up in the other room. But I do kind of want to do a thing where I pre-record a stream, kind of where I show off all the details. My single biggest set is the Enterprise, the Star Trek set that they released last Black Friday. But I just got the grand piano and I'm building that next week off stream, and that's close to that in piece count. I'm not sure which one is more. So those are my biggest builds, single builds by piece count. Oh, and I also have the Dungeons and Dragons castle. And that's similar by piece count as well, but that's going to be I am going to stream that one as a 4-part series. So those are the 3 biggest sets in my collection by single set. I have a bunch of sets in like the 1,000 to 2,000 range. Well, it looks like we're almost through bag 1, and then bag 2, of course, is the final bag of the evening. I'm actually doing a really big build for my weekend stream. I do a lot of... I've been working on my Lego Star Wars collection, and I'll be doing a really big Star Wars ship over the weekend for my stream. But I'm not going to spoil it. This one here. I think I just flicked something to the floor, but we'll find out if I can't find the piece I need. Alright, we're ready for bag 2. This will be our final bag of the evening. We're at the just under 4-hour mark of stream. All right, bag 2 is open, and we are ready for our final part. Okay. It looks like this is going to be a 2 times build. Yeah, I forgot that on the kid focus sets, the smaller kid focus sets, they don't always do the 2x at the top corner. They'll explicitly show you 2 copies of whatever you're building. When I get the multiplier for assemblies like this, what I do is I do it 1 page at a time. I'll do the build, and then I'll put it down, do it again, turn the page, and pick it up, and keep going 1 page at a time, not 1 assembly at a time, because then I don't have to backtrack and do it again if I do them 1 page at a time. Okay, I should have 1 more of these gold stud pieces. Where is it? Did I drop it? Do I have any gold stud pieces on the floor? No. I have, yes I do actually. I see where it fell. Alright, let's fix the table and get right back into it. So what are you building? Oh, if you don't mind my asking, which one? Because I have a retired Lego Guardians of the Galaxy ship too. Seven 6,255. Give me a moment. I'm gonna look that up real quick over here. Let me Oh, the sequel ship. Yeah, I did the Milano. But yeah, that looks cool. Yeah, I might get that one. It looks cool. Alright, let's bring the instructions back up. So yeah, I have the Milano, which was their ship from the first movie. And I picked that one up just before it retired at the end of last year. I picked it up with the same transaction with which I bought the Enterprise. Yeah. The Milano was the second build I did in this house after the move. Oh, why am I turning the page? We have to finish this other wing. Alright, let's get... And I completely blew off the way I usually do things here. I completely forgot about the second wing while I was talking. Well, to be fair, it is 1:30 in the morning here. I don't normally build Lego this late at night. There's the piece. Let's get it on. Let's do this one. Yeah, that looks right. In terms of Marvel spaceships, I don't have a lot of Marvel. I have two of the dioramas, and I have the Civil War airport battle, the one they did last year, and I have the Avengers Age of Ultron diorama, the one that's in the snow forest, and I have and I also got the what was it called? The Hoopty. And then I have some smaller Marvel sets. Oh, and I got off stream. I did one of the Eternal sets. Now I can attach these. I think these go on the pins like that. Yeah. And then Airsham. It's funny when it comes to Marvel movies, Lego only does like one or two sets for some of the movies, and then those movies end up being really good. And then Lego went hard on Eternals and like gave us the full cast and all the iconic stuff, and that movie flopped. So it's kind of funny how Lego can or can't predict how well something is going to do. I'm thinking about collecting the rest of the Eternal sets, but if I do, they're going to be off-stream builds, because I did that first one off-stream. I also have all 9 Avatar sets, not counting the brickheads. I don't do brickheads. I did 1 brickheads for one special occasion, and I generally don't do brickheads. But other than the brickhead set, I have all 9 of the regular Avatar sets. It was a little disappointing that they didn't do anything for the 3rd Avatar movie, but... Okay, so here's the console screen. With printed pieces and stickers, I try and hold them up to the camera, and once in a while the camera will focus. Let's get something dark behind there, because this is a transparent one. I still can't. Alright, there you go. So this is like a hollow console that the ship has. So yeah, and then Star Wars. I got a lot of Star Wars, but I don't really want to spoil that because Star Wars is one of the main subsections of my collection. I have a lot of City too, but I don't put as much focus into the City stuff. I did get a few of these Star Wars Smart Play sets. and I'm planning to be all in on both the Star Wars and the Pokemon Smart Play. With the Pokemon ones come out in a few weeks. And then, of course, lots of retired Star Wars sets I want too, but retired Star Wars is like expensive. Well, Lego anything is expensive, especially if it's retired. Alright. Alright, we're setting up some hinges. Alright, now I gotta come set up that stuff on the other side here. But the wings, at least, are structurally secured now. How long have I been collecting Lego? Well, that's a loaded question. Because my Lego history actually starts a long time ago. Like, my first real Lego collection would have been about 15, 16 years ago. I collected for a few years. I had to sell that collection for emergency cash when I had medical issues. And then I didn't have a budget for a while. And then suddenly I did have budget again. And I started collecting again. And I started a new collection. And my collection is now almost 40 storage boxes for the built collection. I have about a dozen sets, not counting the Hogwarts project itself. I have about a dozen sets that are too big for the storage system that are permanently on display here. And then the rest rotate. And then I have about 30 sets in the build queue. And that's growing periodically, so I got a lot. Alright, this goes in here. Okay. So I see that's going to be the trigger for the wing feature. Alright, so when you press this, it opens those back sections. Brittle Brown is on older sets. Which set were you doing on that? is. Oh, 2014. Yeah, that would have brittle brown. I don't have a lot of older sets. I just got a. In fact, I would say probably my older sets is probably less than 10. I do have a couple. I did get 3 minifigures from the 90s though, just to have them. And then I got a. I parted out for a promo set they did about 20 years ago because personal reasons on that one. But for the most part, I haven't really been doing older sets. Alright, there's not a lot of pages of instructions left, which is good because I'm actually starting to get tired. I have a more recent buildable Groot. I have the dancing Groot. I also want to get the Venom Groot and the Ravager Groot and show them in a row. But that's a long-term plan. That's one I did off-stream, so if you go to my playlist, you won't find that build. I like to have some build sessions off-stream where I don't have to worry about the camera or whatever. But that's about a quarter of my Lego that I do off. Most of my Lego I do on-stream. And here is the city space department version of the Lego space logo. Okay, yeah, so when I push this thing in the middle, those back sections so around the engine open up. But once the ship is fully assembled, we'll look at that a little bit closer. Okay, it looks like we have another little 2X here. And given this, what's left in the parts pile, I think this might be like, we're getting towards the end here. And this piece has a print on it. Something just rolled off the table. Let me see what fell here. Got it. Alright, so these will go onto here. And then this one goes onto this side. And then these will go onto here. We're pretty much at the end here, but I'll show you the big ship before we go. Cute little spaceship here, about to be done. And the big canopy piece here. And one more little assembly for the battery. And the printed tile has a battery on it. Here's the battery pack, and those are the opalescent trans purple with the sparklies inside, but my camera doesn't like to focus on the sparklies. And then there's the battery print right there. Looks like we put the battery pack. Okay, so the battery pack disguises the trigger there. Interesting. With that, we close everything up. And I'm going to turn the instructions off while I check this out so we have more view space on the camera. The ad page in the back shows some more of the Lego City Space program. I don't have any of those sets yet. They're all retired though. Alright, so of course I like to leave my characters visible, so I generally don't put them in the builds at the end of stream. Just a thing we do here. Sometimes I do, sometimes I like to pose at the end. It depends on what kind of set we're doing. Let's bring everything on camera. But first, it's a spaceship. And you know what that means. We have to do the swoosh test. We always do the swoosh test with spaceships. It was really hard with the Dark Falcon. And I won't even do this. I won't even attempt the swoosh test with the Enterprise. It's too big. But yeah, very swooshable, this one. And it's very lightweight. Alright, and if we press the battery pack here, that's a major design flaw. The batteries are exposed. All it takes is for the aliens or the rebels or whatever to make one direct hit on that, and that's one astronaut lost. and a whole bunch of space metal. So we push the battery, and then the engines pop open, exposing the, I guess, is that hyperdrive, warp speed? We can't call it hyperdrive, that's a Star Wars. And warp, I think, is whatever the equivalent of that is in the city space program. This is the Interstellar engine, I'll call it. And then you can close that up to resume normal flight operations. And yeah, if you take the flight suit off, the astronaut can in fact fit inside. So the astronaut actually fits in comfortably. You can see her in there. BDP. What's BDP? Oh, Bricklink Designer Program. No, I'm still in the official Lego only phase right now, although I've been thinking about getting 1 or 2 Lumabricks sets just to check them out, because I heard that the Lumabricks is as good as Lego, but with built-in light kits. So I'm thinking about getting a Lumabrick set just to check it out. Alright, so now we go into what I do at the end of stream, which is where I take all the builds from the stream, arrange them on the table, and we pick a raid target. I'm going to take the ship off first because I have to put the big ship on. The big ship came with a couple side builds, and I don't want it to fall off when I move this thing, so I'm just going to set them over here. So yeah, no Bricklink Designer Program for me at this time. This is the big ship. This is the Arctic Explorer ship. And I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to do this. You can see that three of our marine scientists here came. The ones who have hats and helmets came with alternate hair pieces. So yeah, there's this crane. So this front section here, this actually, these sections, this whole front section comes off, and when I take the front off, I'm going to do so very carefully here. But when you take this front section off, you can see inside to the lower decks, and in the lower decks there's a whole work area there. There's a tank with a crab that they're researching. There's a microscope. There's a I can't really show everything off on camera. It's an awkward angle, but over here on this side there's a display screen. That's actually the operations unit for the submarine drone side build. And then this section here, the section we took off top, this is the control deck. And if I take the roof off, one moment, because the window is not supposed to separate with the roof there. But when you take the roof off, you can see inside to the control deck. This is where the captain and the operation staff sit. You can see the pilot seat there, and that's this is the control center. So I'm just going to reattach this to the ship now. Okay, that corner is secure, and we'll put the roof back on. Okay, and now we'll put our helicopter landing pad back on. So this middle section here is the crane, and when you open these doors here, it actually goes straight through to the table. This is basically open ocean down here, and this is how they put the drone submarine into the water, is with this crane here. And they can also pick things up with it from the seafloor. And then there's another little area back here for operations. Alright, came with the Orca. The Orca is one of the big fig animals. It's exclusive to this set. And there's this little shipwreck that it came with some Viking treasure. And the crab trying to steal a Viking helmet there. And then the side builds for the ship itself. It comes with some research auxiliary craft. It has the small boat, which can seat 2, and it came with the a drone, a drone submersible here, and a small helicopter. This helicopter has flotation gear instead of the normal landing tracks. And yeah, the propeller spins. The other propeller spins, and the one on the drone also spins. All right, so let's get things somewhat semi-arranged here, so that I can get ready to raid out. So we have the shipwreck. I'm just gonna put in front of the boat here, and I'll leave the people where they are. We'll put the Orca up here. And I'm just going to put all the craft in their docking places on the ship. Actually, I think this is supposed to dock up here. I think that's an ops area down there. The pictures weren't clear on how... The pictures said that the little boat goes back here, but it wasn't clear on how it's supposed to dock, so I'm just going to put it like that on the back of the ship. The helicopter is supposed to dock up here, and then of course we'll put the drone on the crane. Alright, so we have the drone on the crane now. And actually I can show you that feature now that I've actually hooked it up. So you can open the doors, and then you can turn the gear, and the drone submarine will lower into the water below. And this ship is designed so that it can float in a bathtub, but I can't think of many bathtubs that are big enough for it. This is actually my longest ship by size. By piece count, it's not even close to my biggest set, but by physical size, it probably is. So crew's up there. Oh, of course, we got the brick separator. Now that we're done building, I can set that aside. And what was I doing? We need to get the spaceship. And how am I going to do this? Well, we're not even on camera if I put it there. We'll just land the spaceship on the big boat. Yeah, I don't have the big Marvel sets yet. I'm gonna turn the drone away just so it's not occupying the same physical space as the spaceship. So yeah, the drone is still in camera. And we need to bring the astronaut up. The astronaut I'll just put over here. Alright, everything is on screen, and I know it's not really arranged in any sort of proper scene, but it's 2 o'clock in the morning and we need to raid out, so who am I gonna raid tonight? I tend to raid music, so let's see who's available. Oh, Kuyasai's doing music tonight. He's a guy who used to be strictly a music streamer, and a few months ago he switched over to mainly being a game streamer, and his music streams are rare. So, actually, no, I can't raid him, because he has raids turned off. We have, let's see. Um, yeah, let me just try typing something here. Okay. And they're on a hype train. Alright, I'm going to attempt a raid. I have not raided this show before, but let me type it before I say names. Because sometimes when I try to raid out, they have, some of the people I try to raid have raids turned off, so I want to make sure we can go there before I. But yeah, this is the end. Any last things you want to say before I attempt this raid? Because once I raid, a timer starts. So yeah, this was a good spread, and as big as the ship is by physical size, it's nothing in piece count, comparatively speaking. And I just noticed this plate here up on the roof is loose. There, I fixed it. Yeah. Thank you for attending the stream. I hope to see you again soon. I do Lego regularly, although this month I'll be pulling back because I need to. I've reached budget cap, and so I need to make my build queue last for a month or two before I start acquisition phase again. So we will be slowing down a bit on the Lego this month, and I go away for a week next month. So I have a lot going on the next 2 months, but we'll still be getting regular streams in. I actually have two planned Lego streams, actually three, that have been sitting in my build queue for several months just because I keep getting more sets that I keep putting in front of them. So yeah. Alright, anyway, let me attempt the raid. And let me make sure I spelled it correctly. I'm going to attempt to raid Sarah Mahoney Music, who is a friend of a channel that I used to frequently raid, one of the regular late nighters, but he's not regular anymore. So, but Sarah Mahoney Music is a friend of that channel, so we're going to attempt. And the raid worked. So have a good night, and I will see you soon. So.
Isn't that better? Yeah, like 12 years ago, exactly. Hello, Uncle Evie. How was your stream? Welcome. The list is wide open. Okay, I'm following the list. What were you streaming? Welcome in. Please request a song if you'd like, but no pressure. Hey, Carla, LA. Welcome.